Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central Meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this morning's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case today is the protest hearing status, case number 23 PRO 00067, Queen's Cafe, license number 127807. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Dennis James, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. James. Mr. James, can you please unmute yourself and turn your camera on, sir?
Here we go.
All right, good morning, sir. All right.
Good morning.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Hello, Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel to New Queen's Cafe. That's Cameron, Cameron, Mixon, Mixon.
Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Mr. James, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Dennis James. I'm representing a party of 3 individual protestants in this matter. My name is spelled DENISJAMES.
Good morning, Mr. James. Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Mr. Mixon, this is an application for a new license. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None at this time.
Mr. James, any preliminary matters on your part?
I think there are. As the board knows, Mr. Klein, for the applicant, sought to dismiss the protestants and the board ruled against that motion. And since then, which was just last week, there has been no ability due to Mr. Klein not agreeing to a time to mediate. And with a protest hearing coming next week, the protestants are disadvantaged by this way this is played out. Mr. Klein is just running out the clock before a protest hearing, and the KCA actually not filed, we proffered a settlement agreement on August 14th, and we've never heard one substantive comment. We've never received a red line document back, nothing of that nature. So I don't think that they're negotiating in good faith. They're not negotiating at all.
Well, I'm all right. Mr. Mixon, do you care to respond? You don't have to respond if you don't want to.
We're planning on attending mediation, and we have a active email chain to discuss the outstanding issues for settlement.
If I might, we don't have a date set to mediate yet. Both myself and Ms. Fletcher have asked Mr. Klein, is Friday good? And as of the start of this hearing, we hadn't seen a response.
Right.
That's just to agree to meet.
I think as you stated, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on October 4th at 1:30. If this matter is not settled, that's in 2 weeks. The parties this is an application for a new license. The parties are welcome to have a conversation to see if this matter can be settled. If this matter cannot be settled, then that is one of the reasons why we have we're going to have a protest hearing on October 4th if the parties are unable to come to an agreement. Now, the board cannot force parties to speak. The board cannot force parties to sign settlement agreements. Of course, the board supports parties settling matters if it can be settled. But as I stated before, if the matter cannot be settled, then the board will have an opportunity to make a decision on whether or not we're going to grant this license. But it appears that there's some disagreement. I would hope that the parties at least would try to have conversations to make a good faith effort to see if this is a matter that can be settled. And if it cannot be settled, then the board will make a decision.
Thank you.
All right. So if nothing further, I believe both parties are very much familiar with this process. As I stated, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on October 4th, and remind the parties that they are required to submit a PIP 7 days before the hearing, and failure on either side to provide a PIP 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that other party from moving forward. And the PIP is very important, as what was stated by you earlier, in this case, Mr. James, if that is correct. The PIP is very important for the parties to identify what the issues are. And so the board, if this matter goes to a hearing, the board will know specifically what the issues are that there are disagreements are regarding this matter. So again, all the board can do is support the parties having conversations. And if this matter can be settled, we are happy with that. If this matter cannot be settled, then we'll see you at a protest hearing on October 4th at 1:30 p.m. Any other questions?
No.
Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Trevor Sanderson.
All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00066. Prince Hall free and accepted order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Company, license number 124767. It's an application for new license. And Mr. Oriana, can you elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure thing. Marquise McCants, your access has been elevated. Frank Chauvin, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
I only see, I'm next, where are the other parties? I only see Mr. McCants. Mr. Orion, I have not seen the other parties. They're not online. If
Looks
you have
like, yeah,
elevated their rights.
looks like Mr. Chauvin dropped off. I'm elevate him again. There we go.
Was there, so there was only two parties? I thought there was another party that you had elevated. I thought there were three people, or was I incorrect?
Well, there is a Tanya Shand on the list, but I don't see her in the waiting area.
All right, that's fine. Okay, thanks. All right, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. McCants, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify your affiliation, sir?
Sure. Marquis McCants, Marquis, last name McCants, MCCANTS, and I am the Vice President of the Prince Hall Free and Accepted Order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Company.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Chauvin, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation with this case, please?
Yes, Frank Chauvin, FRANKCHAU, V as in Victor, IN. And I am one of the three representatives for a group of 36 individuals, the protestant for this case. And Ms. Shannon apologizes. She had a conflict and could not make it. And Brian is on a vacation for the first time in 6 months. So was not sent me to the table today.
All right, that's fine. All right, this is an application for a new license. Are there, Mr. McCants, are there any preliminary matters in this case you want to bring to the attention of the board? Preliminary matter meaning that any questions or problems you're having, not substantive.
Nothing at this time.
Mr. Chauvin, on the part of the protestant, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention?
No, just that we're working well. I think we're proceeding. So I think you'll hear that and further comments between both parties, Mr. McCant and myself.
All right, this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on October 4th. So that is in about 2 weeks. So if the parties truly believe that this matter is going to be settled, then you have a very short timeline to have discussions and to advise the board whether or not this matter will be settled. That's important in the sense that now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestants about, so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to this case. You should receive by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. Okay. And a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following the hearing. It is imperative that you review these rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit a protest information form, PIP, and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you're all aware, all of our hearings are now conducted virtually. You have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you require more time to present your case and require more than 5 witnesses, please file a motion with the board. requesting additional time and witnesses.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, for the record, I would like to disclose that I have been a member of the Masonic Order for better than 50 years. And that will have no bearing on how I will vote if we come to a vote on this particular case. I can do it honestly and completely without any hesitation or mental reservation whatsoever.
Thank you for making the representation, Mr. Short. Any questions by any party on what I just read? Again, I just want to, if this matter, the board supports settlement. If this matter can be settled, we support the parties having discussions to settle this matter. If this matter cannot be settled, then we will have a protest hearing on October 4th at 1:30 p.m. All right? Thank you very much for being here this morning and have a great day.
Quick question.
Yes, Mr. Chauvin.
If the parties are getting close and need to extend the hearing date, the protest hearing, just for the record, both of us are pretty new at this, both Mr. McGants and I, and wanted to ensure that you just need a request by both parties to extend or ask for a rescheduled hearing date. Am I correct?
All right. This is an application for a new license. So the board is under a timeline when we have to issue a decision in this particular case. If the parties jointly make a motion to the board to extend the timeline, of course, the board will grant that motion. However, if the protestants request an extension and if the applicant does not agree, if it's not a mutual request, the board is unlikely to grant that extension because this is a new license and we are under a specific statutory timeline when we have to issue this decision. But again, if the parties jointly agree, then the board, of course, will grant whatever motion that's requested from the mutual motion that's requested from the parties.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Sure. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-251-00013, Aqua Restaurant, license number 60477. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its review and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-CMP-00050, 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of an offer in compromise on September 13th. See board order number 2023-468. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-CC-00012, Sammy's Liquors, license number 108222. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Maxime Xian, your access has been elevated. And Bisola Oni, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
All right, thank you. Can we have the licensee, if you have a camera, can you turn the camera on, please? Okay, good morning. Miss Oni, good morning. Can you please, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning. Bisola Oni, Bisola Oni, on behalf of the government.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Xian, can you please spell and state your name for the record and who you represent, sir?
Yes, Maxim Sheehan. I am one of the business owners of Sammy's Liquors.
Spell your name for the record, please, sir.
First name Maxim, Maksym. Last name Sheehan, Shyan.
Good morning, sir. All right, Ms. Oni, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Not at this time.
Any preliminary matters on your part, Mr. Sheehan? Next subject, just any problems you're having or things like that.
Problems, no. I think there is an ongoing conversation with Alicia Hagenmiller. We did receive an OIC offer in compromise a couple of weeks ago, which we responded to a few days ago, and I spoke with Alicia over the phone yesterday. I guess she just didn't have probably enough time, sounded like, to respond, to review our counter offer. And as I understood from yesterday's conversation, we might be receiving a counter offer or their explanation on the position on our counter offer. So I guess I that's what I wanted to find out, if I'm still waiting for a counter offer or if we're proceeding to a status hearing on show.
Well, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 18th. The parties are welcome to have conversations prior to this time to see if this matter can be settled. And if this matter cannot be settled, then we'll have a show cause hearing. And just one thing I just want to remind the parties, if this matter goes to a show cause hearing on October 18th, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses that they're going to rely on at the hearing. But as I stated, that Mr. Sheehan, if you believe that this matter can be settled, make sure you reach out to the assigned AAG for this case. And Ms. Oni, I would ask that the assigned Assistant Attorney General should reach out to Mr. to the applicant or the licensee, because it appears that the licensee wants to have conversations.
Yes, those discussions are still ongoing. Ms. Hodge-Miller will reach out to you about that.
Okay.
Thank you. Excellent.
All right, thank you for that representation, ma'am. If this, as I said before, if this matter is not settled, then we'll see you on October 18th at 10:30 a.m. All right, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 CIT 00200, Mariachi Lounge Bar and Grill, license number 122495. This case has been canceled due to dismissal of the case by the government. See board order number 2023-470. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-251-00030, Assets, license number 11358. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Colin Sensi, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Sensi, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Chairperson Colin Chenci, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Bianca, can you please spell and state your name for the record, and who do you represent, sir?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. My name is Richard Bianco, spelled RICHARDBIANCO. I represent the respondent in this matter.
This matter was scheduled for a show cause hearing today. So, Mr. Senchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, there are, Mr. Chairperson. This morning, the parties were able to come to terms on an offer and compromise to resolve this matter. I can read the terms of that offer and compromise into the record for the board's consideration.
Yes, sir. What is the offer and compromise?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. So to resolve the matter, vacate the hearing, conclude the case, and waive appeal and judicial review under 23 DCMR section 1611.6. Respondent will agree to the following terms. To resolve charge 1, allowing the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose under DC Code section 25823A2. the respondent will pay $3,000 fine within 30 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. And to resolve charge 2, failure to follow security plan under DC Code section 25823A6. The respondent will pay $3,000 within 30 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid, for a total of a $6,000 fine payable within 30 days.
Thank you, Mr. Tenty. Mr. Bianco, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and I think for charge 1, allow the establishment to be used for a lawful purpose. There's a $3,000 fine payable within 30 days, and for charge 2, failed to follow security plan, which is another $3,000 fine payable within 30 days, and the license will be suspended unless indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Yes, that accurately reflects the offer in compromise. It's been accepted by my client, and I would just like to note for the record that I do have in writing authorization from the client to accept this.
I would I would hope so, since I'm dealing with the government and yourself, sir. So I usually don't ask those questions when I'm working with 2 attorneys. So all right, so usually I'm at least as board chair, I'm comfortable with representations made by attorneys, because if the attorney makes a representation that's not supported by the facts, then I know that I have another option. All right, but thank you for making that representation, Mr. Bianco. Any questions by any board members regarding this offer in compromise? All right, hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of for charge 1, which is to allow the establishment to be used for a lawful purpose. There's a fine of $3,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, fail to follow security plan, a $3,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. So I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, as second the motion. I will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis disagrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-1 with Mr. Grandis in disagreement. All right. Thank you very much. I would want to thank the parties for coming to an agreement. And if there are no other questions, have a great day, or comments. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Chairperson, you.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Take care. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 CIT 00101 Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of an offer in compromise on September 13th. See board order number 2023-459. And with that, we are at the end of our morning agenda. And so since we're now at the end of our morning agenda, I will now do our calendar items, or agenda items, I'm sorry. All right, so the first, I'm sorry. So the first agenda that we will do this morning, it's our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda, it's a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 18th, 2023, for case number 23 CMP 00018, Ace Beverage, license number 014553. And the offer in compromise for Ace Beverage Charge 1, failed to obtain off-premises storage permit, statutory authority, 23 DCMR section 210.1. There's a warning for this charge. Charge 2, transferred ownership without approval, statutory authority, DC Code section 25-405. There is a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 18th, 2023 for case number 23 CIT 00204. This is for Castilla Purpisa, Pupuseria, and Humidor, license number 114565. The offer in compromise for this case is as follows. Charge 1, no ABC manager on duty, statutory authority 25705. There is a fine of $250 paid within 30 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that this offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Mr. Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 19th, 2023 for case number 23-251-00013, Aqua Restaurant, license number 060477. The OIC is as follows. For charge 1, allow the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose, statutory authority, DC Code section 2582382. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 2, fail to follow board order number 2020-147 by not revisiting the security plan or using uniforms for your security personnel. Statutory authority, DC Code section 25823A6. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated September 15th, 2023 by and between the Westminster Neighborhood Association and Deja Vu, license number 121029. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated September 16th, 2023 by and between the Calorama Citizens Association and CIBEO, CIBEO, license number 125545. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated September 16th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and Osteria Moza license number 125204. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated August 24th, 2023, bond between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and MUNI, M-U-N-I, license number 124594. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of a joint request for continuance in case number 22 PRO 00112 dated September 18th, 2023. This is in Flash, license number 090823. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review of request to reinstate dismissed application in case number 23 PRO 00060. This is in Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of motion to lift summary suspension in case number 23251 00017. This is in Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Moi Moi Restaurant, license number 120466. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second? Approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for iBar Garden of Eden, license number 083133. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Fainting Goat, license number 091244. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Kofuku, Kofuku, license number 107991. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for 1720 Club, license number 015251. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Kate.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for IRAKLION, license number 116082. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato seconds the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for the Roberts Law Group, PLLC, license number 083728. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato seconds the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for the West End Cinema Beverage Service, license number 100805. I make a motion that we have a fact finding here, and is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for the Equinox Sports Club, license number 096730. I make a motion that we have a fact finding hearing on this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 10, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Mintwood Place, license number 085865. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 11, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for City Corner Mart, license number 116854. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 12, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Social Beast, formerly Social Beast, license number 120780. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny
Ed
Hansen
Grandis
will
will second.
second.
Ms. Henson and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. Number 13, review application of extend safekeeping of license. This is for pork and bottled wine and spirits, license number 089012. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. Would now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 14, review application of extend safekeeping of license. This is for Lucky Bar, license number 020234. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 15, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for M Street Entertainment LLC, formerly RIA, license number 119608. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 16, review application of extend safekeeping of license. This is for Tigarella, Tigerella, license number 119978. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 17, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for to be determined John, formerly John Boyle, license number 120810. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 18, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is to be determined AREKAY, AREKAY LLC, license number 123646. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 19, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Immigrant Food, license number 118473. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Seconds.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 20, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement, immigrant food, license number 115958. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 21, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement, immigrant food, license number 118085. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 22, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is Boom Boom Crab Kings Seafood, license number 124117. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 23, review request to allow Sanista de Jour LLC to serve as corporate paymaster for alcoholic beverage purchases from wholesalers and manufacturers for both the hotel and cater license. The request is from the Royal Sanista Capitol Hill, license number 123801 and license number 125219. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 24, review a first amendment to Pool Buying Group, adding the following licenses: Flora Pizzeria, license number 124062, Takira Zoshia XOCHI, license number 124057, and Cashin's Rendezvous, license number 124276, and over-the-counter license number 124156. The request has been made by Atrium Bar and Casta Teresa / Hammond, JAMON, Jama Hammond Brasa, license number 121651 and license number 121652. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny
Bobby
Hansen
Cato,
will second.
seconds.
Ms. Henson and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Bulldog Tavern, license number 126244. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny
Bobby
Hansen
Cato,
will second.
seconds.
Ms. Henson and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our notice of medical cannabis licensing agenda. The first matter on our medical cannabis licensing agenda is a review of a standard license application for standard manufacturer type 2 license. This is for DC Extracts LLC, license number 126065. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of social equity license application for conditional cultivation center tier 1 license. This is for Team L and Associates license number 125990. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of standard license application for conditional cultivation center tier 3. This is for West 2 East LLC, license number 126117. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I apologize. Number 4, review of a standard license application for conditional manufacturer type 1 license. This is for Hubbard Properties, license number 126066. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of standard license application for conditional manufacturer type 2 license. This is for Grateful Melts, license number 126080. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Mr. Hanson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of a standard license application for conditional cultivation center tier 2 license. This is for Grateful Melts, license number 126081. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandison.
Edward
Mr.
Grandis, I
Grandis.
agree.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of social equity license application for conditional cultivation center license. This is for Freeman and Sons Solar, license number 125517. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of social equity license application for conditional manufacturer license. This is for Freeman and Sons Solar, license number 125527. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined before. The first license is Lagares Indian and Nepali Bistro, license number 095042. The licensee requested cancellation, and the Mariachi Lounge, license number 122495. The establishment is out of business. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board cancels these two licenses. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary and one-day substantial change license. There are 26 applicants on this license. I will go through all 26. I will read the name of the applicant. I will give the date, the license number, and the numbers, and I'll also state what type of event this is, and I will make recommendations what the board should do regarding these requests. And at the end, I will ask the board members to vote to support the recommendations of the chair. So the first applicant is a request from Letitia Cunningham. This is for one-day license class F. This is for brunch. This is on September 20th. The license number is 126146, 600 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 2, a request from Andre Maislin for one-day license class F. This is a live performance. This is September 20th. The license number is 126166, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 3 is a request from Nicola Martucci, MARCUCCI. This is for one-day license class F. This is for a wedding, October 8th. The license number is 126204, 105 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 4, a request from Torrance Swain, a one-day license class F pop-up sales event. This is September 21st. The license number is 126220, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 5, another request from Torrance Swain, a one-day license class F pop-up, September 28th. The license number is 126221, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 6 is another request from Torrance Swain, a one-day license class F a pop-up event. This is October 5th. The license number is 126222, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 7 is another request from Torrance Swain, a one-day license class F pop-up event, October 12th. The license number is 126223, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 8 is another request from Torrance Swain, one-day license class F pop-up event, October 19th. The license number is 126224, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 9, a request from Lisa Schratz, SCHATZ, a one-day license class G. This is for a wedding. This is September 30th. The license number is 126148, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 10, a request from Christopher Kelly, one-day license class G, 100th anniversary celebration. This is September 30th. The license number is 126148, 1,000 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 11, a request from Erin Garnett, GARRATT, one-day license class G, happy hour, September 22nd. The license number is 126209. I need 3 board members, at least 3 board members, to be online at all times. All right. Number 11, Erin Garrett, GARRATT, for Educational for DC. License, the event is September 22nd. The license number is 126208, 50 attendees, 1 security guards. Number 12, a request from Paola Bonella, a one-day license class G. This is for a wedding. This is on October 13th. The license number is 126216. Number 13, A request from Alton Wharton, Warthen, a one-day license class G. This is a wedding September 23rd. The license number is 126229, 180 attendees, 15 security guards. Number 14, a request from Manuel Garcia, one-day license class G, private event, September 23rd. The license number is 126235, 25 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 15, a request from Michelle Blackwell, album release party, September 30th. License number is 126226, 300 attendees, 6 security guard. A request from Urban Rose District Eats the Hound, a one-day substantial change. The substantial change is to add entertainment endorsement for Art All Night. This is on September 20th. The license number is 115513. The substantial change license is 23SC001048. The number 17, Agora, AGORA, one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change, use license off premises at 401 F Street Northwest. This is on October 26th. The license number is 098029. Substantial change is 23SC001049. Number 18, a request from Hell's Kitchen, one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change to have live entertainment with DJ and band. This is December 15th. The license number is 098029. Substantial change. License is 23SC001049. Number 19, PAPE, PAPPE, a one-day substantial change. This is for Art All Night. Substantial change use entertainment endorsement at Art All Night. The license number is a date of the event is September 30th, 2023. The license number is 107164. Substantial change. License 23SC001051. Number 20, Duke's Grocery, one-day substantial change. Formula One race. Substantial change to open earlier for Formula One race. This is November 26th. The license number is 121740. Substantial change license 23SC001053. Number 21, Brilliance LLC Flash. One-day substantial change. Festival of DC Artists. Substantial change to use license off premises at 1010 Buckland Street Northwest. This is on October 7th. The license number is 090823. Substantial change license 23SC001007. Number 22, Bistro DC Restaurant Tex-Mex, one-day substantial change. This is for Art All Night, to use entertainment endorsement for Art All Night from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is on September 30th. The license number is 117625. The substantial change license 23SC001055. Number 23, Right Proper Brewing Company, one-day substantial change. Art All Night, substantial change to extend patio to the street for Art All Night. This is September 30th. The license number is 092357. Substantial change license is 23SC001056. Number 24, Lindy Promotions LLC Pub Crawl. This is for Oktoberfest, September 30th. The license number is 110455. To approve 1,000. The license number, the substantial change license is 23SC000028. Number 25, Regmo Holdings Inc. Pub Crawl, the Hip Hop Bar Crawl, MLK edition. This is January 14th, 2024. The license number is 104076. The substantial change is 23 PCE 00026. This is for 1,000 participants. Number 26, CJL Consultant Pub Crawl, Sold Out Crawl. This is November 4th. The license number is 00007. The substantial change license 23 PC 00027, and this is for 950 participants. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these license requests. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. All right, we now move to our last agenda, which is the license administrative docket. On the license administrative docket, there are 11 applicants on this docket. I will read all 11. I will read the licensee, the type of establishment that they have, their license number, and the request that's been made. At the end, I will ask the ABC board to approve the recommendation that are made by the chair. So the first applicant is from the Royal Sinista Capitol Hill, license number 125219, caterer's license, trade name change application. The new name is now Royal Sinista Capitol Hill, the in quotation / Bistro du Jour Capitol Hill. Number 2, another request from the Royal Sinista Capitol Hill, license number 123801. This is the hotel, Retailer C Hotel, trade name change application. The name is Royal Sinista Capitol Hill, the in quotation mark, and the / Bistro du Jour Capitol Hill. Number 3, a request from Abunai, ABUNAI, Poke Restaurant, license number 109347, retailer D restaurant change of hours application. Number 4, a request from The Coop, license number 086623, retailer C restaurant entertainment endorsement application. Number 5, the District Sports Bar, Prima DC, license number 122413, retailer C Tavern, add-in cover charge to the existing entertainment endorsement. Number 6, Addis Paris Cafe, license number 110083, retailer C Tavern, entertainment endorsement application for inside premises and outside of this on the sidewalk cafe. Number 7, Amen Cafe and Juice, license number 125378, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 8, CEIBO, license number 125545, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 9, Marte Bar and Lounge, license number 125774, retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. Number 10, Above Ground, license number 125519, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 11, Jinya Ramen Bar, license number 125275, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. So therefore, I make a motion that ABC board approve these applications. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the morning. If there's no other business, the board will go into recess until our 1:30 afternoon hearing. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a great morning, and I'll see you, the public, at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 5 members for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. This afternoon, we have 2 cases on our calendar. I will call your case. Once your case is called, then we will elevate you to speak. If you need technical assistance at any point, please put some comments in the chat and our IT specialist will assist you. All right. For this afternoon, the first case in our calendar for this afternoon it's a fact-finding hearing, case number 23-251-00020, Tower Nightclub / Lounge / Restaurant, license number 104228. This hearing has been rescheduled to September 27th at 10:30 a.m. The next case on our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 23-PRO-00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. It's an application to renew a license. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the protestant, and the investigator?
Sure. Antoine Jones, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jason Peru, your access has been elevated. Russell, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Russell, Mr. or Mrs. Jones, can you please turn your camera on? Who's Anthony Jones?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest hearing. It doesn't appear that the protestants is online. Mr. Oriana, is there anyone else online for this case?
Urania Jackson, I'll elevate to check.
How are you? Are you ready? Yeah, I can help you up.
Urania Jackson. Who is Urania? All right, let me have everyone identify. Can everyone, if you have a camera, please turn your camera on, please. All right. This is case.
Are you ready for two turns?
All right, this is case 23-PRO-00012. So it's a protest here, and so let's start with the licensee to spell and state their name for the record, please. Who is the licensee?
Anton Jones representing the licensee.
I'm sorry. So can you spell your name, your name, Mr. Jones, for the record?
ANTOINIJONES.
All right, hold on, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, are you in a moving vehicle, sir?
I am, but I'm not driving.
Sir, I mean, if you're gonna speak, your connection is poor. I need you to be someplace because I'm not hearing you clear, and you're the representative. So I can't do a hearing and you're in a moving vehicle, sir, even if you're not driving.
Okay, I understand. I'll take care of that immediately.
So who's the licensee? Who's your client, sir?
Russell is the licensee.
So can that person identify themselves for the record, please?
Hi, this is
Mr. Russell, and I need you to sit down, sir. I mean, remember, this is we're on camera. And I can't have any moving parts. He's moving, you're moving, and it's gonna make me dizzy. I've been doing this all morning, okay?
standing? You want me to sit down?
I need you, sir, to be in a stationary place, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna walk back inside my office. Oh, you got me here. When you get it, I gotta keep about. Yeah, hello.
All right, Mr. Russell, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Mr. Russell Webster, Russell Webster, Webster.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
The licensee, the owner. One of the owners.
All right, I see there's a Miss Jackson. Who's Miss Jackson?
I am the ABRA manager, the license holder.
So can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Urania Jackson. My first name is spelled Urania. Last name Jackson, Jackson.
Mr. Peru, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru with ABCA, JASONPERU.
All right. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing, and I don't see the protest in this matter was scheduled at 1. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing at 1:30, and I don't see the protestant here. And so it's now 1:42. Let me ask again, Ms. Doriana, are there anyone else online for this protest hearing?
Only the court reporter.
All right, thank you, sir. With that said, I'm going to make a motion that this protest be dismissed on the failure of the protestant to prosecute this case. We have a protest hearing if this is an application to renew a license, and the license would have gone through the process to be renewed, but not for a protest. A protest was filed. I know that this matter was postponed a couple of times, and however, this matter was scheduled for a protest hearing today. The protestant is not here, so I will then make a motion that the protest be dismissed and that the ABCA administration be provided information that they should move towards renewing this license. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson, I second the motion. I'm going to have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. What the vote is today is that the ABC board has voted to dismiss the protest of this renewal based on the failure of the protestant to be here today to litigate this matter. We would not have had a hearing would not have been scheduled today, but not for the protest that was filed. And because the protestant is not here, we're going to dismiss the matter. Once the board has issued the order dismissing the protest, the protestant will be given 10 days to provide us with reasonable notice why they were not here today. Failure of the protestant to respond within 10 days, or failure of the board to find that the failure of the protestant was not reasonable for them to not appear today, the board will advise the agency to move towards renewing the license. Any questions?
Would we have an opportunity, Anton Jones, I'm sorry, In the event that the protesters do respond, we have an opportunity to respond in opposition to whatever their request is.
Yes, sir. You will. The protestant, the licensee will also have an opportunity to respond. As I stated before, we will issue a board order dismissing the protest. However, it's our policies and procedure that the protestant will have 10 days to respond, and then the board will make a determination if a response is provided, whether or not their failure to be here today was reasonable. But as I stated before, if that is not done, the agency will be advised to move towards renewing the license as per what was advertised on the placard notice. Okay?
All right. Thank you. You have a pleasant
Thank
day.
you. Have a great day. Thank you very much. This matter is adjourned. That was actually the end of our agenda for this afternoon. And so I will now close our hearing for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on September 27th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulation, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for September 27th, as published in the DC Register on September 22nd. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us that has been properly seconded. I'm sorry, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. The ABC Board has concluded its business for the day, and we are now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank all members of the public who participate in our hearings today, and I'd also like to thank our ABC Board members who participated here today. Having no further business, we are adjourned for the day. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Good afternoon.